Hello, 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 hello. Alrighty. We are back. I have some sleep in me. I feel rested, human, and civil. And I feel like I could get some more stuff done. Yay! Alright. First, let's do a little house cleaning. Give me a second. I need to move some junk around in here. Make room for more stuff. Make some wire room. Because I'm running out of it. Let's see, let's switch that arm over there. Good enough for government work, as the kids say these days. And that should be good enough for what I got to do next. There we go. Alrighty. Well, last night we got done with all the mechanical. And now it moves around. So it's got fun motion. Yay. Belts look pretty good. I'm in good shape there still. Z moves up and down just fine. All is well. All is good. Now, I gotta move on to the next step, which is some electronic stuff. So I'm going to start working on the power supply, it looks like. I know what I'm gonna do first. Got all these little tools, and nuts and bolts, and leftovers and junkers. Let me get all of this over onto my silicone mat so it is out of the way. I'm not scraping up anything. There we go. Now my surface is clean. This house is clean. All good. Now the power supply. Kerchunk. And some VHB. Kerchunk. I love VHB. It's better than HB, and it's better than just B. So it's nice that it's the VHB. Come on, it's the afternoon. I should be able to have jokes now, right? Alright. So the instructions want that sucker right there. Right there in all its beauty and glory. Now, it wants me to go just that way. And okay, fine. I will follow the instructions to a T. I'll follow along. I'll agree. Not fond of it, but I'll agree. Like that back. VHB, if you didn't know, only gets a very high bond if it's underneath a lot of pressure, so you have to push really hard. Now, one thing that I just noticed is that one of the corners of my power supply is slightly bent. And it is probably a good idea if I straighten that before I go much further. So this little corner here got ever so slightly bent. Pretty much par for the course, but I want that to be flat. There we go. Hate to say it, but that's just kind of expected when you ship something like that. I went ahead and set the voltage down to 110 so that it's not going to mess with me. It's all venting out the nice side, so when the other little pieces go in there and vent, it's going to be nice and cool. Let me check something real quick here. Nice. Nice. Alright, give me just a second, guys. Pulling some prints off the printer. Make sure they're ready for when those steps come up later on. Alright, now I'm back. That doesn't mean well power supply, Joseph. That is exactly what it is. You are correct, sir. Let's see something here. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Don't know why the chat wasn't showing up there for a second. But there we go. There is our power supply. Lock, cock, ready to rock. All right. Moving on. They now want the buck converter. Well, that's just bucky. And they want the buck converter to be right there. That will take care of powering the Raspberry Pi. All right, I'm gonna move this. Actually, first and foremost, let's move this back so that I can rest it. No, that's not gonna work either. All right. We're just gonna be real gentle right now just because I gotta get some screws there. God, I don't like doing that. I do not like doing that. But it's the only way that I can actually see the screws that I gotta get to. There's that one. I kind of like where they're going with this. I always liked how they really got everything tight on the V0 as far as all the electronics and stuff. There's not much wiggle room anywhere. I give them kudos for that. All right. And there's Bucky. Well, that's just fancy talk there, Nero. 2 boxes of filament. Where would I ever get that? I mean, come on. That's just insane. So, well, thanks for stopping by, Nero. Always fun. And welcome, William, Willie, Will, whatever works best for you. Alrighty. Now it wants me to do electronics. That's funny. Electronics and then VHB. That is just adorable. All right. There's that. All right. There's my Raspberry Pi. here comes my big tree tech board. Rubber ducky. I don't care. Every single time I see a rubber ducky, I think of Ernie. Say what you will. That's my rubber ducky. Heat sinks. Let's get these bad boys on. Heat sinks. Uno. All right. Getting closer. There we go. Heat sink, heat sink, heat sink, heat sink. Now, when we get around to it, I'm going to admit it. I have not done very many of these big tree tech boards. I'm usually in that other class of people. I'm a duet, Ultimate Machine type of guy. I'm not snobby about it. It's okay. All right. They want me to mount that to there and mount this to that. All right. Let's see the orientation that they want. So that there. They want mounted this way with the M2 tins. Easy enough. All right, let's go find those M2 tins real quick. 4 of them, I do believe. There we go. Find the right Allen for them. You know what? I'm going to give this try, day 2 try. Just to see if I can be fancy. Since it's self-tapping, I doubt it will. It won't do it because it's self-tapping. But I can at least use it to get it started, and then I'll just sit there and crank for a while. The wow stick, in all my opinion, is not really that wow. It's more of a meh stick. I saw Nero pick one of these up and I was like, all right, I'll try that. I spent 20 years doing it all by hand. Let's see if the new age fangled kids and their USB and their lithium power are doing any good. And nope. Not so much. I don't really like how they're... That hole definitely could have been a little bit bigger. That's taken a lot of torque to get that screw to go through the plastic. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to back that out because I feel like I'm stripping screws doing that too much. I think the plastic is just a little tight. Which I think is common when you use a pure ABS. I thought all the Voron guys are kind of really designing around the idea of, or planning on the ABS shrinking. All right, let's see if that helps with the self-tapping. Oh, much better. All right. I'm going to drill those out just a little bit. What I do think is nice is that LDO actually put this drill bit in with the kit. Not bad. Alrighty. Much better. Yeah, I could get all fancy and get the other ones going, but these are more fun. All right, now let's do the other one. And that one, they want the arm stuck out there, and then the SD card there. That is the orientation that they want. And they say the M3/6 button heads will go in just fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, I like the slightly bigger ones just because they're less likely to strip out on you. Especially if you've got some torque behind it. Give me a second, let me clean that mess up. Alright, now let's see if that sits in there nice and clean. What I want to go up a notch. Make sure I got the right one here. Stand by. That's going to be the right size, the best size for what I got to do. Yeah, that'd be good. That gives me enough room still for bite. No bite necessary. Or now I got room to bite. Now those should go in a lot easier. Oh yeah. That was perfect. That was perfect. Widen up the hole just a little bit so that it can make threads in the side without me going overboard and over torquing. Pretty much par for the course whenever you're building anything like this, I think. Clean out the holes a little bit. A little edge cleaning, a little sanding. Depending on how bad your printer, you might have to shave down a little bit of elephant footing. Sometimes I get lazy and just leave the elephant foot. All right. Now, this is where I find it. This, if you heard me laughing earlier, the reason why I was laughing is because they have you got to go through all this fancy stuff. They've got the logo on the back. They made it all cool and awesome. And then the instructions go, oh, and just put some VHB on top of it. I was like, you're covering up the pretty bonnet. Now, if it was me, I'd probably be going back and using these extra holes and making new mounts for it and mounting it on. Hello, Geek with the Jeep. Welcome, welcome. Alrighty, so now both boards are done. And now they talk about locations and placements and yada yada yada. Alright. So they want it on the back. Stuff the wires out of the way just so they're not seeing me. They want the pie right there-ish. We'll put the pie right there. You know what? I'm going to put the other board in first because that will tell me if I've got to move anything around. So they want that board up there. Now, as far as connectors and stuff, that seems like a fair spot. Still got plenty of room for the connectors, the SD, all the stuff. Okay. That is its new home. Over, down, right there. Right there. And I'm using the scissors just to push between the board to get some pressure on the VHB. Just to get it to set. Not pushing on a circuit board or anything, just putting it there. Okay. Now they want all the connectors facing in and then the SD card kind of facing out, and they want it right about there. That seems fair. All right. I'm going to say right there. printer storage means, see what's going on. Why it didn't stick? There's a little bulge in the print. There we go. Now I use my scissors to get some of that extra force. There we go. Pretty. All right, now it wants me to do the mains power. Yay, we're moving on to the serious stuff now. That means that I need the main power. Yay. Give me a second here, I'm gonna do a little more cleanup work. Try to keep as much out of the way as possible. Less stuff I have on the table, easier it is going to be to find things. Now, here is the power supply box. I got some M38s here. And that goes on the other side. And that will snap into that after I set that on. Okay. That's about as basic as it gets. So, let's turn it on its side. Turn it on its other side. Wait a minute, those holes are on. Okay, I was wondering, okay, there we go. That makes more sense. I was like, what the hell's going on here? And I was just crazy and insane. All right. Let's do this. There's a box. There's that. I'm just going to kind of hold it in place while I do it. There's my 3/8. Get one in the hole. I swear, everything's about an angle on these builds. But I get it because this is just such a small volume. I mean, everything's tight. Everything's tight on this build. But if you're on a tight budget, you should always shop at printedsolid.com. Okay, now that did work, but I gotta get the other one too. All right. All right, let's try this again. Bear with me, because this is just an awkward angle to work at. I think things will get easier eventually. And we use this to line up the little nuts that we put in. Hopefully this one's still there. Yay! All right, I caught them both. All right. Hopefully I don't have too many more of these. Set it on the bottom to work it. One more screw from the top. So one more screw. Over there. Wait a minute, you know what? I bet you 100 to 1. That hole is loose. Yep. I must have missed that step somewhere. But I gotta put a heat inset there. I was like, that just doesn't feel right. So I missed a heat inset part somewhere in the instructions. But that's okay. Give that a second for the soldering iron to warm up. While that's waiting, I got some mains power. Get ready. So we'll get that going. I will admit it, it is kind of nice when the cables are already made. So that's ready to go. Don't have to mess with it at all. Not gonna lie. Alrighty, that should be enough time. Because of this awkward angle. Set it like that. Good enough for government work. There we go, nice and cool. Beautiful. Now let's put that back on. And now I bet this sucker just goes right on in like butter. Like butter. Alrighty. Now we got the screws in, and we're ready to place it in. Let's see how they have it set up. They like the switch towards the outside. Okay. So they want the switch coming out this way, or that's their preferred way of doing it. And that would make sense because that would make it so if I turn it up, it turns on. Look at that. It's like it was built for that. Oh, look at all these people that came in while I was dealing with that. Hey, Bob, and hey, Thing. Let's see. All right. Looking good. Now I get to do my first power. You know, I have finally hit the first real tool. You know what? I'd probably say if they included diagonal cutters and a Phillips head screwdriver, I would have had every practical tool needed to put this kit together. Because they've included everything else up to this point. Which, you know, when you're building a kit, that's pretty impressive. All right, now let's hook up our ground. Neutral. I'm going to slide the live end too because it's just a very tight cable and it makes it a lot easier if they're all in at the same time. Now, if you get one of these kits, just don't forget, they're made in China, so the power selector is not set to the right power. All right, now they want me to do the rest of the power wiring. Okay, I see where they're going with that. That's a pretty decent order to do things in. All right, I got a big old ground wire. I love this. All the wires are done. Kind of like in The Babysitter's Dead. Dishes are done, man. All right. So this is the Raspberry Pi power. And see, I don't even really have to follow the instructions on half of this because I just know it already. I understand how power works. I'm just electric. It's electrifying. Also, it helps that the wires that are coming from LDO are already labeled with exactly which device it's supposed to plug in. Like this one says 2 Raspberry Pi. And that's nice and slick in there. I like it. Now, to 5-volt power supply. I want that to go there and there, so let's plug that in. Not fair, it makes the stuff go fast. Does that mean I'll be done before the sun sets? Will this thing be moving before the sun sets over here on the East Coast? That's not fair. What else am I going to do with my day? Alrighty. Let's put in some 24-volt power. I don't have a social life. I don't know what I do with my spare time. This ain't right. Damn it! You need to make this build take longer. Yeah. Wires are a little long, but I will give them a pass on that. Just because there is no firm place that all the stuff's supposed to be plugged in. So if you decide to change your mind and move stuff around, you need a little bit of wiggle room on the wires. All right. I thought I had a baby flathead on this. Guess not. Alrighty. That should do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Alright, moving on. Now, let us double check polarity because I never trust it. I don't trust, documents. All right, give me a second here. It's a little hard for me to see the SKR Mini E3. Let me go check the wires on that real quick. Let me just make sure. I always like to double check. That's right. I have to make sure they all work properly. Well, that is annoying. Oh, give me a second. Let me see something. Make sure I'm not a mistake. Yeah, that's DCN. That is correct. That's what I need. But let's see. Oh, there it is. There's my real pin out. Yep. Okay, good. Just making sure I wasn't nuts. They kind of block the view of which is which, ground or positive. And even though most of the time, ground is to the outside on these types of boards, most of the time these boards types aren't protected circuits. So if you just guess, you'll blow up the board. So until you actually know it properly or can read the board, this SKR Mini 2, they kind of they block the view of the board where the actual silk screen is that has if it's positive or negative on it. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, well, yeah, there's something wrong with that, but it is one of the things that you just never want to guess. Don't guess. Or my favorite, never assume anything because you'll make an ass out of you and me. Wait a minute. Oh, that went there anyways. Okay. Like I said, I don't play with this board very much. We'll pull this out. I can wire a duet or an Ultra machine like nobody's business. Been a while, but I could probably talk you through a original ramps 1.8. That dates me at all. You know, I still have a crate at home somewhere that's got like 50 Arduino Megas and like a ton of 1.8 boards. And I still pull them out from time to time if I'm ever going to do some sort of, stepper motor controller for something. Maybe not even run Marlin on it, just go to town. There we go. Now, let's see what they want me to do next. Okay, so there's the print bed. I want the print bed to go in next. Now, what's kind of funny is that the print bed is exactly to length. Or relatively to length. All right, so I'll ask this question to the group because I just want to know a little bit about everybody. So if you're here, you obviously are one of your hobbies is 3D printing, obviously. But what I'm curious about is what is everyone else's other hobby? Your B hobby. What do you do when you're not 3D printing? Tell each other in the chat, and then I will check it all here in a minute or two. And comment on your hobbies, whether they're good hobbies or bad hobbies. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kind of curious what everyone does other than 3D printing. And don't say 2D printing or resin printing. I mean, something other than printing. You know what? I'm going to say it. Other than hacking and making. So even like board design and chip design and all of those things. I want to hear like, I am an off-roader, or I collect stamps, or, you know, I like to randomly pick trash up from the streets. Things like that. That, you know, something outside the scope of what we normally do with our lives, which is 3D printing. I got the A motor, the B motor, the Y stop, the Z stop. All right. Now, this is the Z. And I want the Z plugged into, yep. Well, obviously the Z stop plug. And then they want the Y into the Y. And then the X is going to come next. I'm going to leave these motors taped up because crapola, I forgot already. And they label it too. I'll turn it this way. And there's my A, B, C, D, E, and F, and G motors. I'm not going to go for pretty at this second. I'll do some wire cleanup later. Let me get this unwrapped. And let me get this wrapped. Woo! All right. And that will take care of my Z motor, which I'll leave the extra hanging at the bottom. Now, alrighty, Z motor, that's over on that side. Oh, that's where they are. X, Y, X, Y, Z. There it is. And there's my Z motor, ready to go. Lock, cock, ready to rock. Since I'm here, all of these wires should feed down this. There we go. Let me unscramble my mess, because when I go back to do my split loom, I'll thank myself then. There we go. Now this is the extruder motor, which will be next on the board. And there's the X end stop. This is going faster than it should. I gotta slow down here, people. I'll leave those. I think they got specific areas for those, but there is my hot end thermistor. All right, let's stick with it. A and B motors is what they want, so that's what I'm gonna plug in next. I need to not get too far ahead of the instruction sheets. I'm supposed to be learning how they want me to do it, not how I want to do it. All right. And they want me to plug the Raspberry Pi in like that. Yep, my wiring's already starting to look ugly. I get it. I understand. I'll come back later. I'm more excited about turning it on than doing wire management. I'll do wire management later. Because the only person that enjoys seeing that is me. Because I'm evil. Okay, now I got the hot end stuff. So here is the hot end parts cooling fan. They want power there and a ground up there. Power second pin over. And they want ground. And that up there. Fair enough. Now the parts fan. Where's that? Parts fan goes all the way to the top. That seems fair and accurate. All right. Now let's get the hot end. The 24-volt heater. Throw that bad boy in there. Tighten her down. I'll turn it to the camera here in a second so you guys can see how ugly my wiring is. But I figured I should at least finish off where I'm at. All right, now the thermistor goes all the way to the bottom, hidden behind that USB cable. All right. All right, that looks like that's just about everything. Now let me move this all the way forward so I can figure out what's my shortest wires. And that's going to figure out where everything gets organized from. All right. There you go. That's about 99% wired. All right, now what they want me to do is they want me to do a finger guard over it. How cute is that? They care about electricity. No, look at that. I can't electrocute myself anymore. That's not fair. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna finish today, no problem. Jeeping, Geek with a Jeep. I kind of would figure that. Board games, okay. Bonsai, okay, that is very zen. I don't even think I would have the patience for bonsai, but I like that. Custom knives, you know, you should go check out Shenanigans. He does some really good knives. A and B are 3D printing. You know, that's the sad thing from my life. A and B are 3D printing. C is also 3D printing. D is vintage computers. Bored and do nothing. Okay. Ham radio. Okay. I can get down with ham radio. Okay. Well, William seems to have more hobbies than anybody else here. My hobby is, 3D printing, running a 3D printing business, doing 3D printing. And then I like vintage computers. I like restoring them. They're fun. All right. I need to get some boxes or something because I am going to be doing so much on the bottom that it makes sense for me to do this thing. So I'm going to take the boxes for the electronics and the build plates. I'm going to put the extruder in the middle for now. And flip this upside down. There we go. Now I'm going to tilt the camera up for you guys. Let's see if that's even slightly better. Well, will you look at that? That's how it should be, people. Now, I'm supposed to be doing the skirts next. Alrighty. Sexy skirts. And let me just lay them out. See, I feel like someone, I've done these skirts before, but I feel like someone should go and design the entire bottom skirt as a single print for us ambitious people. So that we could print the whole thing, including where the legs are and even where the power supply is, and make that one large thing so you only have 4 screws, or really 4 screws to put down. That would be a fun overkill build. That's pretty much, if you've got the room to print the top hat in one piece, you should have the room to print the bottom in one piece. And that would make the seams a little bit sexier. Alright. Enough jibber jabbering. They want these all down by 3/6. Okay, I get it. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy, make sure I got all the parts right. There we go. Got those 4. That's a 3/8. They want 3/6. I feel like this entire build could have benefited if they had odd number metric links. come on. All right, caught it. Slide it back. Sure it's nice and flush and taut. I remember this was the annoying part last time because you don't have much room to work with the skirt to do the second one. So you kind of have to really line up the nuts very good. And not jostle it around too much while you set it. Second here. That should help just a little bit, just a hair. There we go. And get the 3/6ers. And let's hope it works. Definitely need a ball end for this part. Very little room for excess. All right. One side down. Good thing is there's only 3 sides. Beautiful. Caught it. Now this one. Beautiful. Caught it. Slide it all the way in. Set it and forget it. All right. Now let's set these nuts in the right spot. Nice, caught it. Moving along, singing a song. Getting there. Nice. I even caught that one. This is going easier than it should for these skirts. That probably means this last one is going to take forever because it's going to suck. I bet. That's just the way life works. All right. Manager says, "Oh, it's easy, no problem. I got this." Then all of a sudden, there's your problem. You don't got this. All right, moving along. Tighten this one down. Hey, that one's moving. Let's slide that on in. There we go. Pretty. All right. Next two. Skirt's almost done here, folks. That's impressive. Normally it's an issue. I remember last time the skirt, they had all the electronics down here, the board and control board and stuff, and I remember the skirt kept getting in the way of everything. So on my other, the V0, I literally just left half the skirt off. That is a done skirt. There's no skirting around that. I get my skirtsy. All right. Oh, look, there's Riley. He came on in to make fun of me and laugh at me. I get it. And then Maker Viking also stopped by too. All right. I got all the skirting in. Now next they want me to get the cable chain part. There she blows. I'm getting low on 3D printed parts here to deal with. Getting pretty close. Alrighty. Now they want this to go there. So this little part here that I'm screwing a screw into now is what the split loom is going to attach to. For the cable that's got to carry all the wires to the hot end. Or to the carriage, which would be the proper term for this. And they want me Oh, wow, okay. See, I didn't even know this part. I've been cutting this part for weeks and I didn't even know what it was used for. So this is the little parts that we sell in our little panel kits. And they are using that to deal with that. Okay. See, this is another reason why I like to build this stuff, is that sometimes, I mean, I can make sure that I got all the specs right and everything like that. And that's no problem, and I can make stuff off of it. But sometimes it's nice to actually build it. And then you can go, now I understand why they want it to be this way, and what each one of those cutouts is for, yada, yada, yada. Wow. That is a fine little... That's a touch. That's a fine touch. I'm not going to lie to you. That's a fine, fine touch. That's like a finishing touch that you're like, okay, that's impressive. That definitely covers up the little hole, helps kind of seal in the flavor of the chamber. All right, let's get that in. All right. That's nice. That's a nice little touch right there, people. And for the most part, it's all that stuff. But I have a wire loom here. So it's time to do that. But before I go wiring the room, I'm going to drop the zip ties in. Just so I'm ready for it. All right, set it back up. Let's switch to the fun wide shot. Now let's cut off my temporary wire harness. And what I'm going to do here is move that to its extreme. Get all these wires up to here. And now get those all the way cleaned. Running right to the back of that. There we go. do a little bit of wire management because this is the important part. This is the part that if you don't do the wire management, the sucker doesn't move. So give me a second. Make sure I get all of this just perfect. Perfect and tight in there. Okay. Now let's set that in, trim that back. Now, that is looking good. And it is ready for the loom. Let's loom her up. All right, come on. Get started. Get started. There we go. Shove the loom down the hole so I can come back to it. All right, come on. That's looking pretty good. Now we'll pull this loom down so it clears the hole. And then I will continue it on. All right, that's more than enough. So now I'll trim it up. Put the last wires through it. Beautiful. All right. Now, that looks like that is going to work. That is about as tight as I want to get that. Because I don't want it rubbing against the hood. All right, that is beautiful. Now let's see. It hits all the switches. That is a pretty loom. Now I'm going to very temporarily put one more zip tie on this ugly mess back here. Just so it's all out of the way. And I'll save pretty wire stuff for a day that's not a stream because that's even more boring to watch than this is. There we go. That'll keep stuff mostly out of the way. There. Mostly wire looms. All right, what's everyone saying in chat? So, what's everything? Oh, we're using the SKR Mini version 2, Mini 3 version 2. We are. Oh, Bob came in. Shane came in. All the fun people. And yes, Geek with a Jeep. That was my intention. I wanted a red, white, and blue printer. I wanted the America printer. America. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Great movie. Underrated. All right. Now, one more zip tie here. Ah, that's beautiful. Look how pretty that is. Now I can pull that bumper out. Those bumpers are out. Those bumpers are out. Everything's moving like it should. It's getting close. All right, let's see something here. I want to go back a few pages. Now it wants me to do the panels. And there's a solid panel for the back. And clear panels for the side. Now they want me to use VHB tape. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of that necessarily. I don't know. I'll look at it. I will double look at it and just make sure I'm not insane. And see if that is the better way to go. But I've never been a fan of VHB. I like foam. I just don't like VHB on panels. That's just me. All right. There's my acrylic. And there's my top hat, and there's my back. All right, there we go. This is the boring part and the fun part all at the same time, of peeling all this coverings off. There we go. That is done. All right, let's start with the side. And I'm going to go to the overhead just because, hey, it's overhead. Now they want all those panels. And that means there's all these panels and corners and yadas and yadas. And middles, let me just kind of lay them all out here real quick. These don't seem like they've changed much. Since the previous version. So I expect pretty much the same amount of work on this. All these clips. That's like 99% of what's left to do for this whole thing. And actually, what I'm going to do here, guys, I am going to pretty these up a little bit. Because last night I learned a little trick that if you, sometimes when you take your ABS prints off, you get a little bit of scarring on the prints. And you kind of go, all right, I'll sand it out or whatever and stuff like that. But last night, Cubicillix, I can't remember his name exactly. But he had the idea, or he told me that what he's been doing is to get rid of the scarring from removing prints from the bed. Is he puts them back on a bed for a couple of minutes at 100C or 105C. Puts them back on the bed, and it actually releases the stress and gets rid of the scarring. And I was like, I don't know about that. I didn't think that would necessarily work. But lo and behold, after just a couple of minutes, all the scarring went away on a few select pieces that I was playing with last night. And I'm like, okay, you have made a convert out of me. So since these are holding the panels on, I'm going to put these all on the bed and let them heat up for a second to relieve the scarring, so that when I go to put this together, I will have nothing but absolutely beautiful prints on every small subsection. It's a wonderfully simple idea. And I just didn't even think it, I didn't think it would work. Little did I know. So that's taking care of the scarring. So what I'm going to do is it's going to take a couple minutes here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a 5-minute break or 4-minute break or 3 minutes, 5 minutes, probably somewhere in there, and let this finish heating up to heal the scarring. And I'll take a potty break. And then we'll come back and we'll put the panels on. And we're getting closer and closer every second. All right. Looking good. All right. I will see you guys in 4 to 5 minutes. All right, I'm back. Welcome to the party, pal. And now they have already, the scarring has already gone down, but it's definitely softened the plastic, so I have to let it cool. But I will tell you guys one of my tricks. So we all know, get yourself a piece of granite or something like that, and that will get you a really flat surface. But if you didn't know, the granite will also wick away heat really fast. So these parts will cool very quickly. Because the plate and the granite will suck the heat away. And I can slide them off so I don't even have to worry about the glass, because they are really soft to the touch. I mean, if you put too much pressure, they'll deform. But I'll slide them on here and that'll cool them down. And that will give them a nice, clean look when I start putting the panels on. All right. There we go. And then there's Dan. He's back. Welcome, welcome. But now these parts, they're starting to feel cool. They're starting to get there. That's a hinge piece. That's for the doors. That's a hinge piece. That's not a hinge piece. But while I'm waiting on it to kind of cool and I can keep it flat, I will go ahead and organize. Organize all the pieces. There we go. That looks right. That looks right. Those look right. Beautiful. It's all organizy. Kick the duck out of here. Now it's cool enough, but what you can see is that the scarring went away. It's got a nice matte surface now. Good way to fix ABS. That's a good technique. Kudos for that. All right. Now this one doesn't have any screw holes. I'm pretty sure that was for a door. Oh, that's for one of the panels I can't screw, but all right. Now let's go back to the manual and see which ones they want me to do to wear. All right, they want me to do the rear one first. I don't want to do the rear one first. Fine, I'll do the rear one first. You win. All right. The rear one has the two, like that. And then two center pieces. And then the two bottom pieces. So that's how the panel is held on. Let's do the rear. I'll allow it. I'm still not going to VHB it because I want to still be able to take it out. Okay. Alrighty, let's get that in. That takes care of that. Now let's get the other side in. Kind of work one up at a time. Alrighty, now. Come on. Get in there. Oops, I missed the hole. Come on. You are giving me a hard time today. Let's just try another screw and see what happens. There it goes. Just a bad screw. There we go. Now the middle ones. All right, push that up, push that down. Let's get that middle one in there. Perfect. Now you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get lazy. The holes are almost perfect for it to be a very loose fit. So what I want to do I want it to be a loose fit. That way it'll make it easier to take it on and off down the road. So I'm just going to have my little drill here. Just to loose fit it. Ah, yeah. That's going to save me all sorts of pain and trouble. There we go. And now it wants these at the top. So let's drill that out. I'll drill the other one while I'm at it. All right. I'm going to do the bottom hole first because its nut slides. And then I'll do the top hole because its nut doesn't slide. So last night, Dan, DB Dan, told me that I need to name this printer, instead of the American printer, I need to call it the Steve Roger printer. And then I came up with the tagline, because it can do this all day. And that's not a bad idea. There we go. Now, in a perfect world, if I left this all loose enough, I didn't. See, that's why I said in a perfect world, not my world. Now let's see if that slides in. Loosen up a bit. You didn't see that. None of you saw that. Get that under. Get that under. Keep pushing down. And now I'm going to have to take this off later. Probably very soon, just because I know I have to get to the SD card slots and everything, but fine. If they wanted me to do it this way, I'll do it this way. There we go. Slide that down. That's why I don't think you don't need the VHB tape. Because if you do put VHB tape on it, then you have to remove everything all at once instead of just loosening it and sliding out what you need. All right. Now let's go to the sides. Let's see how they want the sides to be done. Just want to make sure I'm not nuts. They want me to do this side next anyway, so I will follow their instructions. looking good. Now for that, they want the hinge. They want the hinge piece there, it looks like, which seems fair. And then the double corners. Oh, wait, no. Not the double corners. They want that corner there. I will take the hinge there. And then 2 mid pieces. And then for the back, they want that. For the back bottom, they want that. That's what they want, right? Yep, that's what they want. Let's give them what they want. Oh. Now let me go around. Make things easier for assembly. Beautiful. All right. Now, just start putting it together. There we go. That in the corner. Get that out in the open. Get that out in the open. All right, next. There we go. Oops, I didn't do my little things, did I? Alrighty, guys. I can smell the end. Smell the end. It's either that or it's the ANET printer in the back. Whoops, I didn't preload the top. That serves me right. So I forgot to preload 2 nuts in there. I put them up here for some reason. I don't know what I was thinking with there. Now here's the thing. I could sit there and spend 3 hours taking the whole thing apart to slide two nuts in there and all that stuff, because that's just the way life is. And accept that. Or I can show you guys the absolute worst, most horrible thing that you should never, ever, ever do for as long as you live, if you promise not to tell anyone. This is what I call the Dave Randolph screw-up technique. This is what you do when you screw up. Now don't tell anyone this secret, because it is embarrassing. You go to a spot that will get you where you got to get. Come on. I need a slightly smaller bit to get started. That was asking for too big of a chunk. Now, I never showed you this. This is not OSHA approved. But if you put a tiny little drill hole in, you can fit nuts in the slot. So if you ever forget, and it is a lot of work to get back there, and you have a spot that you can cover up, that's how you do it. I'm going to point it real close so you can see how it does scar it. But here's the thing about that. This piece will come right on up and cover it. And no one will ever know it was there. Don't tell anyone you saw me do that. That's our little secret. All right. So if you forget a nut or two, that's how you get it out. If it's too much work to get back in there. And because of how that extrusion is, that would have been an hour or two just to get back to that. And ain't nobody got time for that. Okay? And now you know. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. All right. Now, get the side panels. And let me get this sort of squared away. Slid out of the way. And now in a perfect world, I should be able to son of a butt monkey. I am a moron and a half, and guys, I should be shamed. I should be shamed. Shame this man. Shame him. Shame him. Can you guess why? Because I'm an idiot. Those weren't needed anyways. I don't know what I was thinking. I really don't. It is supposed to be up here. That is, I put them in the right spot in the first place. Dope. Alright. Now really don't tell anyone you saw that. Because that's just really embarrassing. I showed you my embarrassing trick. And then I embarrassed myself because I didn't need to do that embarrassing trick. So now I'm double embarrassed. Come on. Loosen that up a little bit so it slides over. There we go. Shame this man. I can't believe I did that. I'm a moron. I'm an idiot. I can't believe I did that. They should take my street cred away. All right. Come on, you can catch the nut. Let's go down. Let's go down. Let's go down. Let's go down. There it goes. Still not catching that nut. I'm an idiot. I screwed that one up, but hey, that's okay. You live, you learn. You laugh, you learn. You love, you learn. You lose, you learn. And now all of you know exactly what was playing on my radio this morning before I came in. All right. A few more of these clips down. There we go. Nice clip. That's when they say, hey man, nice clip. There we go. Tighten that down. I want that to be in just a little bit. There we go. One more top clip and then this side's done. And then I can go screw up the other side. Yep, very American. All right. Let me look at chat and see what you guys were laughing at me about, because I'm sure you all laughed at me for that one. Yep. That's right. Everyone makes a little fudge here and there. And I'll have a scar on the side to remind me. Not a big scar, just a little scar. And I will be forever remembered for it. Because you guys won't let me forget it, I am sure. All right. Now this side gets the full top and bottom treatment. And it gets the full top and bottom treatment. Okay. It is way too early for fireworks, guys. The sun is still up over here. So Delaware doesn't... the Delaware doesn't really have too many good fireworks laws. They kind of don't let you do anything. But the cops kind of don't do anything. Because we're pretty much surrounded by states that all sell everything. And Delaware is pretty much like 10 miles wide. So it's not like you can't get you can't go anywhere. It's not uncommon for most people to live in Delaware and work in the other states, or live in the other states and work in Delaware, and yada yada yada. All right. Moving on. Where'd my little Allen wrench go? There it went. And this time, I'm going to set this up while I go around, just so I can show the other way of doing things. That's the door, that's right. And that's the panel. Alrighty. Moving on up. There we go. One more side. Getting all the acrylic installed. Alright, move those up. That one up. Now. Turn it this way so I can see better. There we go. Alright, there it goes. Oops, I think I got a little bit of adjusting to do to get it just right. There we go. There it goes. I can smell it, guys. It's getting there. I can smell the end. All right. Now I'm working down here. Sure I'm not nuts and that all this is adjusted right. There it goes. All right. Make sure that sits over the edge. There it goes. If you don't like square nuts and extrusion and lining them up, then odds are the Voron V0 build is not the kit for you. All right. Now earlier somebody mentioned in the comments, it's humbling to see that even super geniuses make mistakes. I am not a super genius. I just play one on TV. And the way that I would look at it is that the number one reason why people make mistakes is not because they don't know. It's because they think they know. And so, what I did earlier is the perfect example of the, you should have read the manual. All right, that looks good. Now let's put on those little extra pieces that are just there for aesthetics. In my humbling opinion. I'm running out of parts here, guys. I think we're getting close. All right. That's pretty. That's pretty. All right. Now, I think if I'm correct, I'm willing to bet the next instruction is the door. Hey, Brian Vines, welcome. Yeah, I could have etched it and got all fancy. No top caps on the Z-rail. Mainly because I don't think there's enough room for it. Well, no, there could have been some top caps for that. I guess there could have been. But now we're doing the door. And the door is going to go there. And then there. Now, they want me to mount it to the door first, and I am not a fan of that. I remember last time it gave me annoyances. Or they want me to mount the panels to the door. Give me a second to find the screws they want me to use. That's a 35. There's the 40. So they want an M340 and an M325. I think this is 25. Yep. That is correctamundo. Alrighty. That takes care of that one. That should slide through nice and pretty. There we go. There is the hinge. Move the hole out a little bit. There we go. And there's the hinge. That looks good. Now we'll set that in. Come on, there we go. There it goes. Come on, get out of there. There it goes. Free flowing hinge. Now, they said they want you to put the VHB tape on these hinges first. I'm not a fan of that because then you don't know if you got the hinge spacing correct. And that would be bad. But if you put the hinges on first, and then set the VHB, then the spacing will be correct. And now we'll trim back the VHB. Perfectly line up. With the hinge. So that nothing is, so that every surface that can be VHB'd will be VHB'd. Mouse, there we go. And I just like hearing myself say VHB'd. All right, now give me a second here as I trim it. I think I remember last time I did this, I didn't even like the VHB. I think I finally settled on a Weld 4. And I understand why they don't want to put that in the build, because that stuff is nasty. It requires a lot of patience. All right. So in a perfect world, should be able to just set that on. See the VHB set into the back. Do the same there. Look at that, it's got a door, guys. And now, I am about 98% sure I know exactly what the next instructions are going to be. So I'm going to prep for it and see if I'm right. Yep, I'm right. Except there's 2 sets. There it is. All right. So now what they do is they actually put magnets on the hinges to hold stuff together. And that is what I'm going to set now. Magnets, how do they work? Set it in. Make sure I get the same direction. Oops. There we go. Now, I'm going to set the other ones the same direction too, just to say I did. Just to be fancy. Now the way they do it is they have these little magnets that fit into these tiny little holes. And they're literally pressure fit in place. Oops. Come on. There we go. So I'll get that in. Well, give me a second because I just dropped a magnet on the floor. And I guarantee you it is gone. Oh well. You can never. It's not the end of the world. Too many magnets. They are way too small of magnets. All right. Now they're all press fitted in. Let's set this up on its side so that I can get stand by. I think there's one more hidden nut. Nope. That's okay. All right. Now, let's get these and let's start putting these suckers on. By the way, not to get all political and stuff like that, but remember all the people that were claiming the vaccine was magnetizing them and sticking keys to their bodies and all that stuff? Not realizing it was just because they were all sweaty and dirty and greasy, which would kind of explain half of it. Well, these magnets are being pressed up directly against aluminum because, well, aluminum doesn't, stick. And the humor of it is that when you see all of them trying to do their examples and do it with keys and stuff, they kind of forgot that keys are made of aluminum. So magnets don't stick to them. Little something they forgot about. So I saw that and that made me laugh. I chuckled. I chuckled and I cried because it makes you realize the state of education. All right. Now, I want that handle to be right about there. That looks pretty centered. So I'll raise and lower the magnets. To be right there. Got that set. All right. Now they want me to super glue some magnets in. But first, I need to find the orientation of the magnets. All right, so that'll go there and there. So I'll put a little bit in there, a little bit in there. Alrighty. There, slide that over. Come on, slide in the hole. There we go. All right. Now that takes care of that. Put a little bit there. There. Now, that like that. All right. We're going to set this on its back. Because now I have the magnets and the hinges. And they are attracting each other. All right, let's give that a minute to dry. And then we'll work on our last fun little project. The last little bits. Making the top for it. Which should be fun and exciting. And that will do the red, white, and blue. Or finish up all the red, white, and blue for this. And let's see. 3 hours in till the end of the build. I did 10 hours yesterday. So I'm only 3 hours shorter or longer than Nero. That's not bad considering how many he's built. That's not bad at all. And I'm going to give myself an extra half hour off because when he did his, he didn't include the unboxing. And he didn't include the put in the heat sets and everything because he did that ahead of time. So I'm going to say arguably and comparably. I'm about 2 hours slower than him. That's not bad. I can live with that. I don't feel guilty over that one. And of course his streaming is a lot more entertaining than mine. As to be expected. I'm going to set this aside to dry. Because I don't have accelerator with me. My bottle of accelerators at home. All right, let's see what everyone's saying. Oh, good joke, Brian Vines. All right. Let's see where we got here. Yes, it's getting a hat today, Kit. Let's see, what is it? I like the one that tried to show it off and the key promptly fell off. Yep, that was a good one, yep. Yep. Yeah, I mean, LDO, I think they really did it right. They got all the right parts here. I can't fault them too much. You know, I'm trying to find stuff that's wrong so I can call up Jason and just be like, ha, okay, fix this. But so far, other than the solder of the AC terminals, which you know, it's already been reported. I feel pretty good about it. All right, there's the hat. Now that should be there. All right, so in theory, I should be doing heat insets into all of this. I'll just put me a couple over here. And then go around until I'm bored and done. All right. I mean, I like that the LDO, I said it before, I'll say it again. I like that LDO even included the heat inset tool. Not the soldering iron, that would be insane, but they at least they include the actual tip for the heat insets, and that is impressive. Alrighty, get all these in. Not far off. Even this part goes together pretty fast considering. Even though, you know, I'm kind of known for my enclosures, and I see the Voron guys, you know, stepping on my turf and designing their own enclosures, you know. I just kind of sit there and be like, hey guys, watch it. Come on. All right, almost there, guys, almost. Lots of heat sets. It's kind of funny. There's so many heat sets in the top pat compared to the rest of the machine. Vast majority of them are in the top pat. They're pretty sparse everywhere else except here. Alrighty. Pretty. Now that should go just like that. Yep. And this isn't this is threaded and not self-tapping. There we go. what I wonder. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm okay with that. But am I right? I think there's an orientation here I have to be careful about. It's very annoying. Bear with me a second while I figure out. Yep, it is an orientation thing, so there's. All right. That's making sense a little bit. So they want the larger flat edge. Come on, what's going on here? Let's just see if it fits over here a little bit better. I don't think that's correct. I think that's for somewhere else that I don't know about yet. There we go. There's some weird pieces here. So those are weird pieces. And I didn't print enough of the good pieces, it looks like. Oh, wait, no, because see, that would be flat. Those panels are going to sit in there like that. Well, what the hell are those for? So confusing. I think those pieces might just be alien pieces that I shouldn't be using because they were used somewhere else. But that's 6.5 dozen the other. All right. I can print those later. It won't stop the assembly. Just gotta figure out why those are there in the first place. All right. Square pieces go on this side. Just like that. Triangular pieces go here. My cuts are beautiful. No wonder why everybody loves them and leaves great reviews. Right, guys? You're all leaving the best reviews you can, right? There we go. Back that out just a little bit. All right, come on. I was sitting in there fine, and then fell out. There we go. There we go. Such funky angles. You got so many angles on the inside corners. You're sitting there cringing trying to do the geometry in your head, and it just don't work. The geometry doesn't come out. All right. Son of a buck. So that is the small one. That's the smallest one, which goes in the smallest corner, which would be over there, I do believe. Somewhere there's a math teacher that's looking at the way these inside corners are and going, there's an entire course on this. Maybe get Abby on that. She could understand it. They use these little corner brackets to hold everything in. The problem is that there are it's like 3 different angles all meeting up, and then they all meet up at a 45-degree angle to each other in the corners. Just kind of cruel. Alrighty, let's see. There's the smallest one. I believe that is over there. There we go. I wonder if that's what they're doing there. I'll see a little bit further on. But I'm still trying to figure out what the hell they wanted to do with these. I could have swore these were just straight up corner pieces. Gotta be the other pieces. That's okay. Maybe that was from the old model. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe I screwed up my model making. All right, let's see. Let's work our way through. All right, so those are the corner pieces. Bear with me. So they want that. Those will sit like that, but those sit down somewhere. Okay, okay. Just want to just double check my math and make sure I'm not crazy. Again. All right, stand by. Let's drill out those holes a little bit more. Just a little bit. It's so funny watching all these angles because I mean this is I really feel like they just said, you know what, we don't want 90 degrees anywhere in the top. Now, they want it to point fast forwards and backwards on the rectangular side. So that means that this should go there, correct? So that seems like that's what they want. All right, I can smell the end. Let's try this corner next. Just keep the pace. I'll go back to that one if that's a problem. Alrighty. This is the end. Come on now. Now I need a couple good threads. Nope, not liking that. All right. Little modification, never hurting nobody. That should be fine. All right. Now, that should have put a little bit of space on the bottom, just so it could clear. And that will go there. Yep, perfect. Wait, yep. Alrighty, now, one last corner. Alrighty, now let's go for that. And let's see if I got the orientation correct. It's kind of hard to tell from the picture. But we will see here in a second. All right. Here's the printer. I like it. I could have swore those pegs were supposed to sit in those holes. Let's look at it this way, because that's how I swore it's supposed to look. Now let's sit there. You know what's funny? I printed this top out on a separate printer that may not be perfectly sized because it's short in a few spots. So it's short. Yep. I bet you the printer that I printed this on doesn't have its E-steps calibrated properly, and so it's just a little bit short. Well, fudge a duck. But it still looks pretty. It still looks pretty. I mean, it is a minuscule amount difference. I mean, that's a lot of build volume, but there you go. And now it's dried enough. So I'm gonna have to print the top again on a different printer. Hey, Mike. But there you go. And you know what I'm going to do, since I have to reprint this anyway? I'm going to cheat. You didn't see this, guys. I'm going to cheat. It has these internal little sliders. And since the pegs don't fit perfectly as is, until I print the other top, I can secretly get it to look exactly like the finished one. There you go. You'd never even know it. Now, kid, I just cut off the pegs because they include these little side tabs on the new version, so it doesn't even need the pegs to sit up there. I mean, it's still sitting there, and the pegs wouldn't do much other than get that little bit of rattle out. So yeah, that is about as American as you can get. It's American because, you know, it's red, white, and blue. It took forever to build. It cost them a little bit more. And there's a few questionable little mods to it. So yeah, very much an American printer. Not bad at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a 5-minute break. And then I'm going to take a little 5-minute break because that's done. I'm not putting their spooler on it. Sorry, I never really liked their spooler. Never really liked their spooler. Their spooler, if you were curious, is this little thing here. Not my favorite, and that was when it kind of sits off there to the back type of thing. Not really my favorite. Actually, it sits like that. So, not exactly my favorite concept. I got my own spoolers. So, I'm going to leave that off intentionally. what? Give me a second here. I just found them. Never mind, guys. I just found my other two little clips that I went, that's weird. So I just found what I was looking for. I'm going to put those on real quick. Just so that they're on. Come on. There we go. Do that real quick before I take a little break here. That way I can be like, oh, it's done. And now I gotta do a software. You know what? I think yep. Don't have to worry about that. Those are real close, and that doesn't sit there, so yep, I need some more 12s. I'm short a couple of screws. Dope. But that's okay. Not the end of the world. I can leave it like that. Wait. Let me see. 5, 16. There's some 12s. There's some 10s. All right, I got some extra 12. That's right. I forgot. He's got a bonus bag. Okay, I just dropped my Allen wrench. And I'll use my wow stick. Wait, you know what? I don't think I even need 12s. I think I need 10s. Drop all my 10s. 40 and 330s. Eight. And 3 6. And 3 10. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Those M310s should definitely take care of me. Yep, that's what I'm looking for. Hey, look at that. See, that's why they have a little extra bin. That way the screws you lose during the build process got a little few extra. There we go. This way I have all the screws and all the little clips installed on top of the top. Beautiful. My God, guys. That looks like a real printer. I'm just as shocked as you are. And you know what? I see a problem. And I remember this problem from my build, my earlier build. This hinge here, the button head sits a little bit proud. And I think I remember I modified this. I made a version that had a little bit of cutout in there so that that button head didn't sit proud. I think I remember that. Yep, that's what I did. All right. There we go. Not bad, kiddies. I still got to install the nozzle. And then it's power up and software and fix all my mistakes. All right, guys, I'm going to take 5 minutes here, and then I'll come back and play a little bit more and see how close we are. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And I was thinking about it. And that one little bolt on the hinge is going to annoy me. I'm going to fix that real quick. Let me put my soldering tip back on. There we go. And let that heat up. Move this while I wait. Yep, because that's just going to annoy me. So I'm going to fix that now. There we go. Let that cool down. Get this little bit. Re-tap that little hole. There it goes. And now, oops, a little bit more. There it goes. Just a little more. There we go. Now, yeah. Now it's smooth across the top. It sits shy. It's not proud anymore. And now when that sits up there, the screw doesn't hit it. So now it sits nice and square on top. And the acrylics line up now. Beautiful. And just because I know the camera's a little far away, let me do this. Let you guys see what I actually did. So yeah, that came out flush. I literally just soldered down and let it shrink that down so that that's flush, and now that sits right over top of it that way. The door still operates, and this line here is flush. And that makes everything much squarer, much prettier, more aesthetically pleasing. All right. Now, there's still a lot to do on this because now it's all software junk. And I will be honest with you, I am not a clipper guy. But I'm going to try my best and remember how to do it and do clipper. Give me a second, I want to make sure I get everything. So I got that. And I got the big tree text. And be back in a second, we'll go to my office. Alright, and I got an SD card adapter. So now, actually, before we get too far into it, loosen up the back, because I'm going to take the back off. I got to get to all the SD card slots and everything. Whoops, I loosened one up too much. All right, do this. Do it while I remember. There we go. All right. Now the back is off. Now I'll be able to get to all the SD card slots everywhere. Yeah, no, that's in good shape. Door is in good shape now. There's the SD card for that sucker. Here's the one for the Pi. Alrighty, so I probably should do the Big Tree Tech board first, is my guess. Oh, you mean just because of that there? Yeah, that's not bad. That's that VHB problem. The magnets are still holding it. All right. Now, unfortunately, Clipper kind of, or the manuals there kind of stop, so I need to go get the new manual. All right, so you know what I'll do? That way you guys aren't staring at me staring at a screen. You can stare right along. All right, so there is my Voron documentation. Now what we're going to do is figure out now this I think is the oh yeah, I remember that one. Okay, so now alrighty. So, which should I do? I am a fan of Octoprint. I am not going to lie. Gina is pretty awesome. And I am a fan of that. But let's say I wanted to try something new. All right, all right. I'm gonna do mainsail for today. I'm gonna stick to it. I'll give it a shot. I will give it a shot. I will give it a shot for you guys. I'm going to get out of my comfort zone. I'm a Marlin Octoprint guy through and through. I love them. I love them both. But I am going to. I think I got Etcher already installed. Yeah, I already got it installed, so I'm good. Let's wait for that to finish. And that will take care of the pie. Download, 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 download while you're streaming. That's gonna be fun. I'm surprised it's going this fast. Oh wait, this is for the pie. I'm going to use the one that's the LDO included, specifically for the pie, and see if it's good enough for government work. Yep. Will, I love me some Duet. There's a reason why I carry Duet boards here. I love them. All right, it's downloaded. All right, almost done. Here's my mainsail. There's my spammy tweet from earlier today. Go back to Etcher. Let's go from the file. There it is. Uh-oh. 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 I'm gonna have to. Uh-oh. Jason. Uh-oh. I think the special SD card that Jason includes for the Pi is defective. Uh-oh. Give me a second. I got plenty of them. All right, let's see where we go. There we go. Let's flash it. Let's see what you guys are talking about here. Alrighty. So, Nicholas, no, we will not be shipping to Europe. I know Jason is trying to work on getting some people over there and set up. Um, Europe is a nightmare market right now. Shipping over there for anybody with the way that they've moved their whole import export around is making things hard. But also, all of their ROAS and their CE certifications, the laws around that are insane. So, while all the components in this kit are CE compliant, and even ROAS compliant in this case, the problem comes in is that as soon as LDO puts it all into another box, even if they say it's a kit and it's on the end user liability, in most of the European countries that require no certifications, you would have to get it recertified and go through that whole process. So there's a whole thing behind that. So kit, yeah, I have the smaller one, which is just for the board, but the 16 gigabyte one that Jason included was bad. Not unheard of. So yeah, Europe is a bloody nightmare. I will tell you, I just added Canada, and that was a challenge for me. And I'm trying to figure out what next country I'm going to add and not kill myself over it. And do that because everybody keeps saying, if I said I ship to a new country, there will be somebody that says, "Oh, why don't you ship to this country too, and this one, and this one, and that one, and this one?" I guarantee if I shipped anywhere in the world except Antarctica, there would be a penguin online screaming that I don't ship to Antarctica. It's a challenge. Every country is a challenge. Europe is a bloody nightmare. It's easy to get stuff out of there, thankfully, but it's hard to get stuff in there. Man, I can't even get, letters into Europe right now as a business. I'll sign contracts with people over there and I can't mail it to them. It has to be digital. I can't mail it because customs will stop it. Sucks. you know. Actually, shipping to China is almost as bad. China lets anything out, almost nothing in. They make it hard to get stuff in. Now, Canada has its own set of rules. I got through all of those. I'm trying to get, Mexico and South America set up, but dear Lord, that's just, that's like sets of rules that I have to go through and figure out and comply. If you look at our store, there's even there's a lot of products that you still can't buy in Canada because they don't comply with either my agreements with the vendors or with the country requirements. And so I had to come up with a whole back end system on mine that says, "Oh, you're not allowed to order that because you're in the wrong country." Come on, flash faster. Everyone's excited. They want to see me, boot up a printer. We need a Jeopardy theme music here. Do 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 do. Whoops! I just got demonetized for copyrighted songs. Dope. A little refreshment. Come on, flash faster. You can do it. I know you can. Well, while that's happening, let's see what I gotta do next. So, yeah, I'll go in there and I'll do all that. All right, basic Raspberry Pi junk. And I got the firmware flash, and I got the SKR Mini E3 V2. That is the one that I said that I got earlier, right? Where's the number? Yeah, SKR Mini E3 V2. We'll just sit here and follow that all down here and do the whole make thing. We'll follow that step by step together. There we go. Come on. You can do it. Here, I'll be back in 4 minutes. I'll let you guys watch it download for me, and there we go. All right, almost done. Yeah, so this can handle up to about 300C safely. Now, I will tell you this, Nicholas. Pre-orders highly opinionated, but I think it's going to depend on the resellers around you. I know some resellers are doing pre-orders right now, but they don't have absolute delivery dates and all that stuff. So you know it's going to come probably within the next 30 to 60 days, more than likely. But you don't know for sure. So if you don't mind tying your money up for that long, you go to town. Myself, I don't want to do pre-orders until I have a really good delivery date. Like I've actually seen them in the mail on their way to me. Once I have a good delivery date, I will open up pre-orders for people. But I have created a product in my store so that people can sign up to be notified as soon as it's in stock and go to town. And if I do open it up to pre-orders, it'll open up to them to sign up and pay for it and all that stuff. But that's where I'm at. I'm not a fan of pre-order. Never have been. From a customer standpoint, I kind of the mindset that I sit there and go, I'm not giving you money to sit on. And but from a business standpoint, I just don't like the idea of taking your money on a promise. You know, I just don't. I feel dirty when I do that. But that's just me. That's just how I am. So a lot of our stuff, I don't do pre-orders. I don't take orders until I know it's actually shipped. That's just how I deal with things. All right, it's almost done validating. I know we don't have to validate, but I kind of don't mind. Might as well, right? But you might be encouraged because in Europe, if you only have like one or two people selling over there and they all do pre-orders, it could be 6 to 9 months before they actually have one in store that's not been paid for by pre-order. Once again, that just I hate that. I'm not a fan of that type of thing. I just don't think it's right. Yeah, I agree, Shane. The problem is that I'm a heavy set older guy, so I really can't work the pole like I used to when I was a kid. Yay, all the normal errors and junk. All right, now in a perfect world, eject that, put it back in. Now let's go ahead and ignore that because we know that that's a Raspberry Pi thing. Let's go into boot. Main cell WPA supplicant. All right, guys, give me 1 second here. I'm going to switch away to this shot because you guys are so not going to see all my secret passwords. No, you're not. Just not going to happen. No, it's not. Good, good, good. That should be fine. All right. Let me pop this into the pie. I didn't quite think this out all the way, did I? No, I did not. Didn't fully think that problem out, did I? All right, let's give that a minute to power up. I think I should also have the micro SD card inserted for the other board as well while I'm here. Alrighty, give me 1 second. So as far as when I'm supposed to get them, it could be anywhere between 10 to 50 days. It all depends on the way of the world. All right, 192.168.1.217. All right, now you guys are allowed to look back at my laptop. Okay. All right. All right, now I'm in like flint. Now firmware flashing. Come on, I just copied you, right? There we go. All right. So I want to enable. All right. In the menu, select the number of items to be selected. Microcontroller architecture was STM32. There we go. Processor model, STM-F103. Yep. All right, bootloader offset, 28 kilobytes. Nope. Bootloader offset, 28 kilobytes. 8 megahertz crystal. Enable extra low-level configuration options. Use USB for communication. Where's that one? Oh, I guess it's not in there. All right, that's fine. All right, that looks good. Wait. Yes, all good. Make clean. Make. Oh, they're going to make me do all that, don't they? I don't even think I have WinSCP installed on this one. Oh, I did have it. Okay. All right. Now we're in like Flint. And it said home pie clipper out. All right. And it wants just the clipper bin, right? Easy enough. Okay. I'll just keep it in download. That's where I care about stuff anyway. Right, let me make sure I'm not insane. Here it is. Firmware.bin, that looks correct. All right. So now, get that out. Power it off. Get the SD card here. Let's go look at that SD card. Should be nothing on it now. I'm going to be replacing that. I'll drop that over on the card. Now I got the updated firmware bin. All right, now pop that back in. And power it up. There we go. Now let's go back to software. We're on mainsail. All right, so in a perfect world, that installation should be done if I'm correct. And now it's just a configuration. Okay, so there we go. I got that. Now let's go back to WinSCP. Oh, I'm just going to close that down. Still be in the same place. There I am. Now, let's see. It wants me to clipper config. All right, now it's over there. That is weird that they want me to do it that way. But I guess, okay, fine. I'm not going to argue with them. Alrighty. And because I'm that guy, make sure it is all technically all lowercase. That is correct. So that is going to be the command. Kind of funny, I could have copied that to FCP there, so unless there's a command or a permissions problem. Okay. Alrighty, now I gotta get in there and start doing some changes. So inputty. All right. Now we get to look at all the fun stuff. Now they want me to, let me just do this. I would affect MCU would be at the top, right? Ah, there it is. Okay. Fine. I'm not going to step out of that window again. All right, that should be my value. Come in here. Go. Thought I copied it. Oh, maybe I can't copy it in this configuration. But it's all the same. All right, I will be lazy. There we go. There's my ID. Good enough for government work. All right, thermistor types. Where are we? Steppers. Yeah, that's right on the extruder. Yeah, they're both 100K, so that's fine. Stepper settings. That looks relatively okay to me, right? Those pins would be, yeah, okay, rotation, yeah. All right, locate. I'm going to do update controller. But locate the section starting with MCU. V2 will have an additional section starting with MCU Z. Yeah, that ID seemed a little bit short, but that was the full ID returned to me. But oh, MCU section. There's fans and printers and fans. I'll go back and look at it again and see, but that's what it reported. All right. Let's see here. Ah, that prefix there. And then that wrapped around. I'm guessing there's no space there for that. So in theory, if I'm correct, that should be the ID. That looks better. I was wondering what was up with that. This looks short to me, but okay. All right. Go back to the top. There we go. There we go. Fine, I will just add that to the top. Oops. Yep, that's fine. I'll make sure it's there. Yep. That's funny. I just restarted the whole thing. You know what? I'm that way. Alrighty, let's shut that down. No, that disconnected. SCP is definitely disconnected in this case. Alrighty. I think we're getting somewhere. Yeah. That did not home properly. Oh wait, that is... Right, let's see. Yep, that's going the right direction. I feel like Y is backwards. No. All right, let's see. Let's go to the wide shot here so you guys can see what I can see. There seems to be something going on with the Z. Let's see if we can see what's going on with that. So X and Y are doing it properly, but the Z... I think I got some power problems. Let's try that again. Yeah, it's like I got some power issues. The power is set too low. Or it's going too fast, one of the two. Yeah, I got some step problems. So it seems to be going in the right directions. It's just, I think it's just the power on the steps. That's all. Yep, so that is rotation distance 8, microstep 16. Right. I know they said that, but I wonder if that needs to be adjusted any. Let's do that up to 60 just to say we did. All right, so it's restarted. Yep, power was just a little bit low on that. So, yeah, power was just a little bit low on that. It seems to be doing fine now, so even sounds good. Probably could use a little more. But it's not skipping any. Put that at its top. That's moving good. That should be in full 100 range. Yep, solid. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that's my full 100 range. Alrighty, and let's just say I hit home all, and it should be fine. Perfect. All right. Let me get that all the way down. That's quiet too. Now let's go X. There we go. And then let's do Y. All the way to the front. Alrighty. All right. There we go. Come on. Did they really make that wrench just a little too small? They did. They so didn't have to, but they did. All right. Let's set our extruder. Fan started up just fine. It's climbing up in temp. Yeah, so the fattiest one actually comes with 2 now. Or it comes with a wrench that holds onto the block. All right. There we go. That's nice and tight. Sock is on. Let's see. Next, where did they hide fans in this? There it is. All right, hot end fans are good. And the parts cooling fan is good. Let's come up here. Let's set that to 80. Checking out the bed temp. All right, while that's going, man, where am I going to find a roll of filament? I don't know if I have enough. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave that tubing out for a little bit. Just for entertainment value. While that heats up, give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab a roll out of my office. Got a little baby roll of gunmetal gray. A tester roll, if you will. Just to see if it extrudes right. Alrighty, now it's at temp. Bed feels good. I don't know. I might have done something wrong at the extruder end. It doesn't seem to go in. Alright, I must have done something bad at the extruder side. Because it ain't going in. Let's see something. Bear with me. That should do it, right? Well, what's interesting is that the motor isn't turning. The gears feel good, but the motor isn't turning. You know what I want to do? I want to look at the motor and see where it's at. one's been important to me. So everything except the extruder is in good shape and functioning. And part of me wants to sit there and say it's probably my assembly problem. But it still could be in the config. But I'm going to pull the motor off first. If I pull the motor off first and I see it spinning, that will tell me it's a config problem. Alright, so the motor isn't spinning. The motor isn't spinning. And it's at temp. And it should be feeding. Let's just try load filament and see if it spins anything. Nope, it doesn't. Alright. Let's look at the back and make sure I'm not nuts. Oh, I see the problem. Turn it off. I was off by one connector. Now we'll power it on. And let it come back up. I had it one connector up. I had it on the ZB motor plug rather than the extruder motor. I just misread the board. And now I am waiting for that to come back. Come on. There we go. Let's go ahead and get that back up to 200. Get that back up to 60. Well, it doesn't mean that it's fixed. It just means that I think I found the problem. Now let's home all. Even though it's going to move everything out of the way. I still have the motor loose up there. It's just barely hanging on. And now that I got the nozzle on, I should probably be ready to power this off if it gets too close. Oh, nice. So that's in good shape. Now. Alrighty. Now the motor is spinning. Now we get to see if I did something wrong with the extruder or not. Because I don't feel very confident with how I put the extruder together. I wasn't very confident. I didn't really like how it was structured and all that stuff. Alright. Come on. Get in there. So now we're going to ultimately check my work and see if I just didn't really like how it built. And I don't mean I didn't like it because I think it's wrong. I just didn't like it because it's not comfortable for me. It wasn't what it's not what I'm used to in most, direct feed or extruder build outs. So, I'm not saying that it was wrong. Alright. Now it claims that it's going in. Let's snap that down. Yeah, I'm not feeling confident about that. I don't like how that was assembled. Alright, so the extruder's not working the way it's supposed to. But everything else is. Alrighty, now to troubleshoot. First and foremost, I'm going to disable that. And I'm going to look down the barrel at this one and see if I notice anything funky. And work my way down the extruder and see if I can figure out why it's doing what it's doing. And see where the problem is. Okay, let's see. Go to the wide shot on this. That way you guys can see me take it apart and see if I can figure out where it went wrong. Come on, you can do it. All right. See that? It's spinning correctly. But is filament getting down there correctly? It doesn't feel like it. Alright, let me take this off. Take that thumb screw out. The hot end's still hot. I forgot about that. I swore I checked all that path stuff before. You know what? I'm going to turn off the printer and let it cool down for a minute or two. Because I think it's a path problem. Find that screw that just dropped before I forget about it. There it is. Alrighty. Remember, that was a very tight fit when I put that together yesterday. And then that had the tubing go in there. And that had the idler. And that is all screw loose. Let's see. Let's see here. Remember, that was tight fitting. All right. Let's see what the problem is. Well, that could be simple if that's all it is. I might have a little bit of gunk in the path. Might have a little bit of gunk in the path. Let me get this screw off, and then I can verify that. Yep, looks kind of thin. Let me widen that path out just a little bit. And then we'll try again. That path was just a little bit tight. Not unheard of with an ABS print. Especially a pure ABS print. Probably should have checked that before I assembled it, but such is life. Now let's see. Oh yeah. Now the filament goes through like it's supposed to. That was probably it right there. All right. That went like that. That went like that. That slid over like that. You know what I do want to do while I'm here? Bear with me. I want to do a little more cleanup. There we go. That way. And that sits in there. And that sits in there. Oops, a little more. A little more. There we go. So now what I'm doing is I'm just cleaning up the hole so that when it goes back together, I'll have even less problems. Oh yeah, that'll be good. That'll be nice. So now, that's going to sit right about there. Now sit right about there. There we go. All right. That is good. That is exactly how it should be. Now to feed it all back together. I remember hating this part. There we go. All right, that's feeling pretty good. And then that's out in there. Okay. I think I'm ready to try again. After I put it all back together. I think that was the long one. Getting closer, guys. Getting closer. I can feel it. No, that was fine. And there's one that was slightly longer, I think. No, that is it. Come on, you can do it. Get in there. All right. That should hold that. And then this one here. All right. Wait a minute. There are screws that I am forgetting about. Where are the screws that I am forgetting about? Where are those other? There they are. That's where I went wrong. Okay. So they're going, wait a minute. I'm not crazy. Well, I am crazy, but not about this. All right, drive that in. Gemma, you can do it. Save me all that twisting later. There we go. That saves me all that work later on. All right. Now, that goes in that hole. Yep, there we go. Keep dropping my Allen wrenches. Yeah, man. You can do it. There we go. Getting better. Alrighty. We're making progress. There we go. Lid on the gear now. That looks good. All right, place your bets. Is it going to work this time? Did David get it right this time? So I'm not going to lie. 3D printed, you know, direct drive extruders are a hard shot. The likelihood of getting them right is pretty narrow. I mean, it's a pretty. These paths are pretty precise, so they can be a challenge sometimes. All right. All right. All right. Thumb through in. Power on. Place your bets. Wait a minute, did I unplug it? Oh, that's not going to give me any noise because it's still booting. Alrighty, first and foremost, we're going to home the whole thing. Oh, that's an easy one. That's just the wires got in the way. But I am more worried about extrusion. Alrighty. Getting up to temp. And let's see if we can get melty plastic out. I'm feeling positive. It felt much better going in. All right, let's see something. Filament is moving. But it could be the PTFE tube from after the driver into the hot end. I was never confident about that either. Oh, wait a minute, guys. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Hey! It's working! The problem is in the config. I forgot, is it? It's exclamation before, right? Yep, exclamation before. Okay. All right. Now let's go back to dashboard. Wide shot. Home all. X. Y. Z. Okay, now set the extruder to 205. Set the bed to 60, let's say. Let it warm up. Now what I'm going to do is move that 50 over. Move this 50-40. So now it's in the center-ish. I miscounted, but 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it's moving all the way down to the bottom like it should. There we go. Now the extruder is up. That means that in a perfect world, I got plastic. I got plastic coming out of it. Let's go up to 30 as a feed rate just to go nuts. Yep, 30 is too much. 15 is almost too much. Seems like 5 would be the sweet spot for this in this case. But it is extruding. How about that? Yeah, I mean, all in all, the config wasn't that bad. I mean, dur pins. I mean, that's just expected to pin on every printer. That's just gonna happen. All right. So next, let's home the Z. All right. Let's move that down. Let's. All right, let's home the Z and see where she sits. Closer. You know what I'm going to do? I feel like I need more wiggle room in that top one. There we go. Now let's see where I sit. That definitely should be overkill. Yep. Perfect. That's what I want to see. That way my bed springs are what's zeroing it out. Because they were at max height. So now, a little bit more. Go all the way up to 0. Zero all this down again and try again here. All right. Home the Z. All right, that's as fine as it's going to get. Let's rehome Z again. See, that should be 0 in my opinion. Let's see. That should be good enough. Alrighty. Alright, that should be good enough, right? So now, homo. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna have to go slice something real quick. Give me a second here. Alrighty. Alrighty. Give me a second. The little printer here. Alrighty. Downloads. Okay. Get it going. Was good. Let's see. Alright, go back over here. G-code, let's upload one. Alright, let's see what happens, guys. There it goes. ugly start. Just because it didn't have filament in the nozzle. But that's okay. That's what we're here for. Let's do this. I don't like how that's going. Give me a second. I'm going to start it again. Let's let it stop. All right, let's see. Let's try that again. And maybe it won't be so bad this time. I was putting a little bit high. So my question for everybody out there is, how much of your life has been spent doing this? Okay, I didn't like how that's going. Let's see what's going on here. Getting better, but not better. All right. Let's try again. This is one of those that the leveling is kind of annoying. Yeah, I'll raise that spool up. I agree. I just wanted to get it started and see what she's looking like first. This really doesn't, you remember the V0 doesn't have a BL touch or anything on it. So, you definitely gotta go old school. Okay, that's better. That's closer. I'd call that good enough for government work in most cases. I'll raise the spool up a bit. Still slightly high if I was going to be anal retentive about it, but sticking. And I'm not going to argue. So I'm going to turn this back towards you guys. little closer for you guys. That's pretty much all the faults. Not bad. First layers are coming out okay. I'm not going to argue with it for its first job. All right, let's start work on infill. Oh yeah, that's right. I could turn on baby stepping. Now the next thing the next mod I have for this machine, I've got the V0 display for it, and I've got the control panel and all that stuff, so that'd be my next little side project. That's going to be fun too. See, Ben, that's what happens. You step away, and that's what happens. Now, you know, the only thing that I don't think was fully thought out, I might have to go back and look through the instructions again, is where did they expect the Bowden tube to go so that you could feed filament into the machine? But no, this is running nice and quiet. I'm not going to complain. Oh yeah, get some LEDs in there. Get some thumpy thump. Fill that in with black paint so you can see the Voron logo sticking out. Nice. Ah, that would make sense. That's just a lot of Bowden. Oh, that's what that's for. You're right, Zenbender. Okay, that's what that's for. Okay. All right. So when this print's finished, I'm going to put that Bowden on there because that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, reverse Bowden. Technically guide tube would probably be the best way to describe it. All right. You guys watch it print for a second. Keep it company, and I will be back in 3 minutes. Oh, except for the plate separation. Oh well, such is life. Let's go ahead and stop it. It was looking good up to that point. Well, you know what I'm going to do in this case? I feel like we're doing fine. But I am going to go ahead and we're going to button this up. We're going to button this up and clean it up and do all the final little bits and pieces we have to do to it. So that it's done, we're going to put the Bowden on. Because yes, as soon as he said that's the Bowden on the bottom foot, I went, that's what that weird thing was for. Alrighty. Let's see how that retracts out. Nice. All right. Now let's power it down. And now let's slide the Bowden through. Or the guide tube. I have to say it the right way. Come on, David. You're supposed to be the industry guy in this case. And then there's this little hole in the foot. That's what that was for. And I'm just going to use these and I'll chop it off because it's extra. There we go. There. Plenty of Bowden. Tubing, guide tube. I gotta keep saying, I hate it. Hate when I do that. Alright. Now let's put the back on so it's all sexy and hides all my ugly wires for now. Alright. Put that up. There we go. Not the right one, is it? Nope, it's this one. All right. Clean it right. Clamp. Clamp. Oops. A little high. There we go. Clamp. Clamp it down. Clamp it down. All right. Now the back is on. And that's pretty nice. Okay. So, I can use a little more tube pulling through. Put the top on. And now what I want to do is that's all the way at the far front, so it's at the farthest distance. I want to pull the tube. There we go. Just until it's not touching the lid. That's going to establish my height for everything. Okay. I'm going to power that back on. Pull out my own custom printed solid spool. So I'll set that there. That should be fine. Get all the way up into the hot end. And let's see if that transition is good too. All right. Now, okay. Now let's set the hot end to 200. Bed to 60. Get it warming back up. And let's see if I can get it to extrude. Yeah, I have to play with that VHB a little bit and get that to settle more properly. Just so that door isn't as crookedy crook. I wonder though. I wonder if I can fix the crookedy crook. Just these down here. It's better. Better. All right. Now let's see, does it grab? Oh wait, I think it's still got to get temperature. Well, yeah, it grabbed. I think. Yeah, it grabbed. Nice. Okay. All right, I'm not going to complain about that. That guide tube ain't so bad. All right. First and foremost, let's pull this off. Because this is fresh from the factory. Which means that it probably could stand to have a little bit of isopropyl to wipe it down. Because it's been handled and all that stuff. Such a cute little bed. It's so adorable. All right. Let's try this one last time. Just in time, Nero. It is done. Now you get to see if it does this. Yeah, I don't like that top hat doing that. There. A little bit messy on the first layer, but hey, that's okay. I'm fine with that. But how could it inspire a mixtape? How could it inspire a mixtape, though? Because this is the Steve Rogers 3D printer. It can do this all day. America. Yeah, that's what I did. I left a little bit, so I think I just need to tighten up a little bit more than I was expecting. I hate the sharp angles of cables, and that's what it was doing, was getting sharp angles on it. But yeah, I could probably shave off another inch. But it's going. Oh yeah, red, white, and blue gradient. That could work. It is going. It is printing. Take off the top, because then I can do this. Do this for you guys. Let's get the right angle. Come on. Cheap piece of junk arm. There we go. Now let's try that. Get you sneaking in there a little bit. Probably be better from the front. Alright, fine. Let's have some fun with the front. We'll play with cameras for a minute. There! Come on, where's the focus? Get the focus. Focus right there. Focus! It's printing! Folks, it's printing! Woohoo! Yeah, I don't think I can get the microscope cam all the way over to there. I gotta do one of those endoscopic cameras and just put it on the tool head. There was a guy that did that. Yeah, the nozzle cam. I remember seeing that product. That was fun. But hey, it's printing. And it hasn't separated from the bed yet. So odds are it was probably just me needing to wipe it down. I got a little excited. But there you go. Now, by comparison, there is my V1 or V0. I went red and gray on that one. So you could call this the Iron Man and that the Captain America. I wonder if we're seeing a theme here. Maybe I could build the whole Avengers set. So build time, I was done at about 13 hours. And then software time was about an hour. Not bad, all things considered. Also considering that I did not do any prep work. So I didn't do any heat sets ahead of time. I didn't, other than clean the parts and print the parts. It was all done on camera. I did it live. I did it live. Yeah, it's a little better focus. So, not bad. I mean, yeah, I did everything except electronics in 10 hours. Everything except electronics and panels in 10 hours. Not bad. That's about what I would expect for where I'm at with Voron printers. Now, as a recap, here's where I went wrong and here's where I screwed up. One is when I was putting a side panel on over here, I forgot that I had screws in the wrong slot and I thought I was doing it the wrong ways. And that was my mistake. I got that fixed. The guide holes that feed into the Bowden, the ABS shrunk a little bit, so it was a little too tight. I didn't realize that until I tried to extrude it. So that had to be redone. My extruder, I plugged that into the wrong plug. That took a couple minutes to figure out. Oh, and my top. I printed my top on another printer, and I don't think the E-steps were calibrated on the other printer very well because it printed... The pegs didn't line up with the holes. So the top, I think, came out a little bit smaller than it should have. Even though the acrylic panels fit, but I think the acrylic panels fit a little too... they were a little snuggish. So I think that's what happened. So I'm going to have to reprint the top pieces or leave it like it is. It's perfectly fine. I literally just chopped off the pegs and call it done. So that is about the worst of what my, that was the extent of my mistakes. Which isn't bad. And I very adamantly tried my best to stick to the manual. Not do any, mods or adjustments while I built. I tried to stay honest to the manual. Even when they said do things the way that I wouldn't normally do stuff, I did it that way just so I could say I followed the manual to a T. The only other bad thing I ran into was the SD card that Jason includes in the kit was bad for me. One of the SD cards was bad for me. The other one's fine, but one of them was bad. Oh, and I lost one of the magnets because it bounced across the floor and stuck to somewhere. So, all in all, not terrible. Oh, the mod that I did, and I say this, I had to do it on my first one, is I indented. Let's see, go to wide shot. I indented a little bit here so that the screw sits flush with the top, because then the lid sits on top of that. So I hated that always knocking on the hood. So I stuck the screw to the top, or I took the soldering iron and kind of dug out a little hole and filed it down so that the screw sits recessed down a little bit. That was my other mod, or that was my one, big mod to the project. And my one learning thing that I thought was nice about it, that I didn't realize, is that I learned that I did not know this, but you sometimes get ABS scarring when you pull it off the bed. You get the stress scars and stuff. I didn't know this as a trick, but if you get that stress scar in something, yeah, I didn't like that cutout for the lid. I just said screw it and just flushed it out. But if you take ABS print and you put it on a 110-degree bed, afterwards the stress scarring goes away. I did not know that. That was my one learn. I see the little tick there. There's a little tick right there for that bolt. Now I see. But see, now that I recessed that little hole, doesn't affect anything. Slides right over top. But yeah, now I see that little cutout you're talking about. And then my project for another day is I have my V0 display, and then I printed out all the parts for it. So I have to do that as part of a project. Yeah, I did not know that worked. ABS, you could get rid of stress marks just by reheating it up a little bit. All these years, did not know that. And now I do. I usually just took, 220 grit sandpaper and sanded it down to get past the marks and called it a day. And if I want to get a shine back, I would take a little acetone and just wipe down the front real fast. Yeah, I'm going to like having that little VO display on this. I am a guy, I don't like, having to log into a computer to run a printer. I like running it from a control panel in the front. So I'm going to enjoy that. But no, that's pretty good, and it's printing. It hasn't separated yet. I'm seeing a little bit of ringing and stuff like that. I'll have to tweak and tune and find it out, but, you know, as far as first time around, that's not so bad. Yeah, that spool's darn near empty. This was one of the calibration spools for when I start setting up the extrusion line in the morning, so it's not a final one. So it's a little wound tight on that. Nice catch, yep. Yeah, I don't mind uploading. I don't mind, you know, like uploading from a slicer in the computer. I just love the ability to walk up to a. I kind of think of a printer, you know, after I set it up, I kind of want to print like 20 of the same thing. And I kind of hate that if I need to restart a print, that I have to go log into a computer, log into the printer, and then start the print. You know, I just not me. All of them, Kit. Print with all of them. But, yeah. Little rough. I got one slight bit of under extrusion, but it's probably, I think that's when it was pulling the spool. But you learn a lot from your first print on a printer. You learn all your mistakes and all that stuff. Not terrible. You can see a little bit of the under extrusion. You can see, I think that's where the spool was. Well, you know, Kit, if you want to try and have them all, did you know that Chris Riley is hosting 2 competitions right now? One for a fun firmware hack, and one for a fun reuse for your spool. And the first place winner of both of those will get 43 spools, one of every one of my colors. And then, for your third chance, you need to go over to E3D and check out their competition they're doing with my boy Brad. Because they're also doing a competition, and he's going to pick a winner. And that winner is also going to get 43 spools. That's right, this month I got about 150 spools I've given away. Yeah, those are one-off colors, Kit. Those kits will never come again. Those kits are once in a lifetime. Ain't nothing wrong with PLA. It's a good thing to print when you really want colors and to play with stuff. PLA is a lot easier to mix colors with. PETG is a little harder to do colors for. I know that because I'm going through that process right now of trying to get the PETG colors made up. And that's a pain in the butt. Yeah, PLA, I really like it because that's your no-brain material. That's the everyone can print in PLA on every printer. And then you start deciding if you want to go down the PETG route, the ABS, the ASA, polycarbonates, the nylons, whatever. The only thing I say is that PLA doesn't really like enclosures. It's not very fond of enclosures. Alright guys, well, I think that is the magic shot. I think that's where we're at. I am going to leave it at this because I'm going to go home before it gets too dark so that Jessie doesn't freak out with all the fireworks that are going to be happening here shortly. She doesn't like all the explosions. So, definitely, thank you everyone for hanging out. This has been fun. I got my 4th of July build. I get to feel very patriotic. Make sure you go over to Chris Riley, enter his competitions, go to E3D, enter their competition. And don't forget this weekend, today and tomorrow as well, all of my red, white, and blue colors are on sale for $17.76. That's about as patriotic as you can get. So, wonderful. Thank you guys. Have fun. Don't do anything I want to do. Happy 4th of July.